set. And that gives me more work I have to go through so that the time is short, so that you understand clearly what is required of you. So I'm going to do that again, okay? I'm going to review the requirements for the assignment because the period is short, but much of what what you will learn from this course is going to be through the assignments, okay? So I'm going to spend some time going through the assignments again. Remember, there were three, in essence, there were three assignments. One, an essay. And the essay was to be chosen from the topics I gave you. Just check to see if you have these topics, okay? Are you doing that? Check to see if these are the topics you have. The Maroons, European colonization, and the opening up of the New World. Just put up a finger if you're hearing me, please. Coffee hasn't settled down yet. Are you with me, Coffee?
Yes, Dr. Fisher.
Okay. So here, the topics, it's important that you have because assignments you have to do have to be chosen from the topics. The Maroons, European colonization, the Spanish, the Africans, the English. Number 4, African contribution to Jamaica and the New World. And the next, our ancestors, which I think the whole section is about anyway. Our ancestors. Are we okay with those? Good. Those belong to A section. And they organize it ABC because you're not to choose the assignments you're going to do should not all be taken from the same section. So those are in section A. Section B, or country. 2, or Caribbean neighbors. Cuba, Haiti, Guyana, Barbados, name them. 3, migration, rural, urban, international, inter-Caribbean, and urbanization. It's important that you have all of these topics because so that you can choose for your essay and for your research. Number 4, population. Number 5, tourism. Number 6, agriculture in the Caribbean. Now C section. So we have done A, we have done B, we're now at C, which looks at the more physical features. Weathering, plate tectonics, mountains, advantages, disadvantages, tourism, formation of mountains, and microclimates. Are we okay? Then we have soils. Number 5, climate. Number 6, volcanoes. Number 7, rocks. Number 8, earthquakes. And that's section C. Section D, Caribbean integration. CARICOM. Number 2, bananas and free trade. Number 3, street people, homelessness. That ends D. And the topic of D section is issues. Topic for D section is issues. And the topic for C is physical. And then we go to E, which looks at the environment, conservation, humankind and the impact of conservation on human beings. Now, from those topics, as I said last week, you're to choose one on which you write an essay. And from what I see here, that essay is due on the 11th of August. And the essay is to contain between 1,500 and 2,000 words. So I would expect you to have started on that already. Second assignment, presentation. And the presentation is going to surround the third assignment. You'll present what you've done about the third assignment, and the marks for that is just 20 marks. Now the big assignment, and the one on which I will be basing most of the discussion for the period that we have, is the field inquiry with a written report. In other words, a research paper. And that is what I have intended to spend most of the time, because it is from that you're going to learn the skills that the course outline says you are to develop. Okay? For example, the course says you are to learn to develop documentary and research skills. That's the main goal. So the goal of this research is, through your research, for you to acquire content and to develop research skills. That's what this course is about. To acquire content and to develop research skills. So it's not a very lecture type of course. Okay? So what I started to spend some time doing was to discuss with you what is required for assignment number 3. That is the research paper. Now, the essay and the research paper should not be taken from the same section. The essay and the research paper should not be taken from the same section. The research might mean that you have to look at a topic and organize your research goal so that it is clearly associated with the topic. It is clearly based on the topic, because you might not be able to research the topic as it is. We said that last time. You might not be able to research the topic as it is. And we said that so we spent some time last week organizing, developing research topics. I know Jason did hers. I'm not too sure, Kofi, where you were on this. Did you decide on a topic for the research? Right. And the next step, we said, was to develop the research questions, because research, and we spoke some about quantitative and qualitative last time, and the research that you're going to be doing is going to be the qualitative type, okay, and it's going to be the survey type. Mrs. Davis Morrison wanted to meet you, and so here she is. So I'm going to leave you with her for the next 10 minutes.
How many persons you have here?
One is sick and one don't come yet.
So
It's 2.
I tell you, hi. Hi, doctor, how are you? Good to see you. And it's Mrs. Davis Morrison. I mean, you can imagine, I have not met any of you.
And I know them, you see. Wow. Have them one whole semester.
Yes.
And back again.
But I had them for class, no? I had them here online and we have not had one foot within at the forum.
So even without looking, you are up the top this coffee.
And Jason.
Jason, yes.
Yeah, really nice seeing you too.
Yes, a pleasure, Doc, a pleasure.
Yes.
Finally.
All my assignments now.
They still do
all the assignments.
I'm done.
You did the first essay? Because I went on and I'm not seeing anything.
I think I submitted mine. The essay.
Okay, Coffee, you submitted the essay? What's happening?
LG is ill.
Dr. Morrison, I've been working all summer. Well, my last day was yesterday, so I could get money to pay for the course. I went to the bank and they told me my debt income ratio is too high.
Oh, what is too high?
That income ratio is too high.
Yeah, so I couldn't get a loan. So I finally made the money, and now I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for the course because you in Dominica said they have not gotten any information from Jamaica yet.
Well, you can still submit the assignments.
The what?
You can still submit the assignments.
If I got to submit it?
Yeah, still submit the assignments.
Okay, all right.
And then sort out whatever the financial situation is.
Okay, so I'll email them to you then. So what about the field research paper? Do we still have to do it? Because Dr. Fisher gave us a field research paper to do.
No, you have to do it. That's a part of the course. You know, I'm going to email all of you. Because I notice I'm not getting anything. Person's not coming online.
Coffee and I were online one time and we waited for a very long time.
We spoke to each other.
I was actually at home. And I told you to come on, but something was wrong with the connection.
Oh, okay. So is there any way we can meet probably on Skype, Doc, so that we can finalize the other assignments? You have a Skype account?
We could actually, what I'll do, I'll email you, because I could actually do the same thing and meet here.
All right, okay.
Oh, yes, that'll be good.
That'll be really good.
And we try to finish, because it really shouldn't have overlapped with this one.
Yes, that's true. And then we had another group, well, not a discussion to do on some map reading pieces you had given us.
Yes, those are easy to complete. You know,
I know, they're easy. Yes, they are.
This is the room that we're in. This is where we normally have class, and they would do them in class.
Okay.
So that's not going to take any time. But listen, we have to do the assignments. Otherwise, we're going to be in problems with the course because we're not going to have assignments for the course.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
I'll definitely send you an email. And it's really nice seeing you too.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes.
I understand.
Okay, I just don't think you might want to just go over it quickly.
Yes, it's nice seeing you too. At least I can put a face now to Jason, to come.
Yes.
Yes, and I want to see the other two persons also.
Yeah, you seem to be having sick pay.
Sick pay? All right, so take care.
You too,
right?
Shantae is usually
good.
Around, she might soon be here.
Oh, but then she comes later.
So you've been over there?
I'm going over.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice seeing you, Mrs. Morrison.
Well, nice seeing you too, I can tell you that.
Yes, nice seeing you.
I read something like this first to meet and just sort out some things.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
They don't owe me any assignment. Me drive.
Oh, you don't owe Dr. Fisher any assignments?
Oh, no.
So you owe me assignments?
She chases us down.
Huh?
She chases us down and makes us do it in class.
Oh.
And she yells at us too.
Excuse me.
No, I tell her, don't yell at my students. But all right, we're going to sort it out, you hear? So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison.
But listen, I haven't got the results for what I did with them, and look how long that thing went through.
And I I believe that we're demotivated a little bit because we don't get our grades, not just from your doc, the other courses, we don't get grades, so we don't have
You have got any grades?
She can tell you how long I finish my stuff.
No, not a grade, not even one.
Oh yes, Jason, we got one. We got that one disappointing grade.
Dr. Fisher?
No, not Dr. Fisher. I mean from the thing that we wrote about.
All right, that's Rainford, but we still have some others that we didn't get grades.
Yeah, we did several other assignments and we didn't get any grades. So we don't know where we stand, if we're writing the right thing. We don't know what's going on.
I wanted to do that. You see that essay? That's why I wanted to do the essay, so that I can actually give you feedback.
Okay, good.
All right?
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison.
You said there's something for me that you didn't get a grade for?
Dr. Fisher?
You said there was something for me that I didn't give you a grade?
No, what I'm saying is that the Med Online hasn't sent the grades to us.
Okay. Because
Doc, we know that you're a good girl. We haven't gotten them from the office.
a long time.
Office hasn't sent them to us.
All of them.
All right, we're going to try and sort it out.
Yeah.
But we did, Dr. Fisher did hers a long time ago. We signed off on that.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fisher, how did I do? You could just tell me now.
I can't remember that. I told you last week that all 4 of you got through, but I wouldn't remember the grades.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And I don't think it's legal for me to give them grades.
Of course, Dr. Fisher. How you mean?
She can't.
I'm not supposed to tell you.
But I'm going to email each of you. Try and do, you see that map work assignment? Especially, I know some persons were working. I got that impression.
Yeah.
Also. So we have to complete the assignments. All right? And I'll send you some things by email. Somebody else is coming? Copy me you're talking to.
She always does that.
You know them very well.
As usual. Oh yes. Then get a drink water and come back. Some get
Where are they? Where are you? Each of you. Where are you?
I'm in Montserrat, Doc. Montserrat.
Yeah. And you're at home.
And I'm in Dominica.
I'm at home.
And you're at home too?
I'm at a friend's house because I was running late. And I didn't want Dr. Fisher to get mad at me like last week.
Oh, so you stopped at a friend's home?
Yes, so I stopped. I'm halfway home. So I have another half an hour drive to get home. So.
Oh, yes.
See, she's a good girl.
Anything has changed.
They might soon get them. They might soon get them. You might soon get your grades. You should get your grades anytime now. All right?
Okay, Doctor.
Darling, I'll email you too. I'll email all of you and we sort out our course.
Awesome.
And lovely seeing you.
Lovely seeing you too, Dr. Morrison.
Yes, hi there.
Okay, we have serious business to finish up now, eh?
Okay, yeah. Dr. Fisher, back to you.
So we're looking at these 3 assignments that you have to do. The essay. The essence of the essay, the 1,500 word, is that you demonstrate that you have done some research. Okay? The essay, 1,500 words, 2,000 words, should demonstrate that you have done some research. Okay? And therefore you're going to have references. You're going to have a number of references. The way you organize your essay is on your shoulders. Okay? Your essay should show that you have done some research on one of these topics. Good. We have spoken about the presentations and we have mentioned the date for the presentation. So probably the assignment that we're going to spend most time on is on the field inquiry, because as I said a while ago, the course says I am to use the field inquiry to put across to you certain research methods, research techniques. So that's what I'm doing. I'm using the 3rd assignment to teach research skills. Last week we started off by, and of course, the essay, the presentation, that is the research, you will tell the class what you did on the 18th. And that's just from the corner. So I'm going to hurry now and go through what is expected of that last assignment. Last week, we spent time looking at topic and research questions. Both of you are okay with those? Just remind me of what you have. Coffee, quickly, what was your topic and what were your research questions?
My topic was the Dominica banana industry, and my research questions were what factors have contributed to the decreased population of the industry, to what extent
population,
decreased production.
Don't want to use the word population there at all.
No, not population, production, Dr. Fisher.
Yes.
The second question, to what extent has black Sikatoka affected the industry? And the third question is, what strategies could be employed?
Production.
Affected production?
Yes, production.
Okay. Affected
in the industry. Production, I'm sure, is a disease, huh?
Well, black Sikatoka is a disease.
Yes, production and oh, okay, the questionnaires can do that. Can clarify that. And the third research question?
What strategies could be employed to enhance productivity?
Yeah. Okay, all right. So research questions.
Yes.
Please remind me of your topic and research question because I'm moving on from here to today.
Yes, Dr. Fisher. The topic is human impact on the environment in the parish of St. Peter's, Montserrat.
Yes.
Questions to investigate the impact of human activity on the environment.
Research question. Research question should say what it is you want to find out.
The impact?
Yes, that doesn't sound like a research question to me.
Okay.
Repeat, hear it properly.
What is the impact of human activity on the environment in Little Bay, Montserrat?
Okay, all right, okay. Next.
What are the causes and effects of human activity on the environment?
Yes.
And what recommendations?
What, so Jason?
No, I just started to say what because you said questions. So, but what I really have on my computer is to recommend ways by which the environment can be used sustainably.
No, research questions guide the research. They should see what it is you want to find out, the extent with so and so, what factors are responsible for so and so. So your research questions all sound same to me, and they're not really telling me what it is you want to find out.
Okay.
I thought you had passed that stage last week. Oh, you want to come again then? We have to move on, please.
To describe the causes and effects.
I can't continue. I can't pretend that it's okay and continue with what I want to do until those research questions are okay. Because I'm going to move into quantitative and the development of questionnaires and so on. So the research questions have to see that they, at this stage, that they are workable. So come again.
All right. Start from the top or?
The research questions guide the research, so they are important. I need to hear them.
Okay.
You see, if you are face to face, you would have been doing this and showing it to me. That's how I conduct this thing, okay? Before you go off to do the research. So I'm conducting this in the same way I would do a face-to-face.
Okay.
And I thought we had gotten over this last week. Research questions are important. They guide the study. They guide whatever you do. They guide the questionnaires. And I wanted to talk about questionnaires this evening and for you to start working on them. Time's going.
Right.
Come again with questions.
What is the impact of human activity on the environment of Little Bay Montserrat? Describe the causes and effects of human activity on the environment and what to identify the extent to which the environment.
Describe one. That's
Sorry?
not a question. The describe one is not a question. Notice they are called research questions.
Mm-hmm.
And they are supposed to sound problem solving like. It's supposed to be research question, which says, I want to find out the extent to which so and so and so and so, or what factors have contributed to so and so and so. There are questions, Jason, that will guide the research. Questions. There are to be questions, things you want to find out. The questions suggest what it is you want to find out to provide information on your topic. What is it you want to find out in order to provide the necessary information on your topic? Ori, the next thing you want to do is to give you an outline of what your study is going to do, the sections that I expect in your study, in your research. They say the course outline says I'm to use this to teach you the research methods. Ready for me now, Jason?
I'm still at the doc. Give me 1 minute and a half.
Yes. Because the next thing I want to do is to give you an outline. Are you with me, Kofi? An outline of what your research.
Yes, Dr. Fish, I'm here.
And even a matter of fact, how the study itself should be set out. Okay?
Oh, Dr. Fisher Eldridge is there.
Oh, good. You're alive and well. Eldridge, nice to see you. Believe it or not, I actually miss you.
Sorry, Dr. Fisher.
The girls must be jealous. I don't know how you're going to catch up, but you have to try. Did you get the outline?
Yes, I did. I actually started writing the research paper.
Okay, good. All right, so we are now looking. I'm waiting on Jason, but while I'm waiting on Jason, Elfie, you can tell me what you have done so far. And what is it I need to know? The topic for your research, that is the third assignment. That's what I'm using to teach the course.
Okay, I emailed you my 2 topics.
Yes, and research questions. That's where we are.
Yes, I emailed them to you.
Yeah. No, we're talking about it in the class.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me get 1 second, Dr. Fisher.
Yes. Ready, Jason?
Almost there.
Yes, I can't leave it because it has to be done and there's a deadline. So I'm pushing you. Do you not hear you reporting me to Mrs. Davis Barson?
No, Dr. Fisher is not you, know. I don't you per se.
I push and I get my things done. And I will learn this place.
Dr. Fisher, we're learning in your class. And
Yes.
I'm not sure if I can say that for some. Sorry.
Are we ready now to get what the final product is going to look like?
To find out No?
what the final study should look like. I'm giving you an outline so you know what you're working on.
Yes, I'm just looking for a starter phrase for my second question.
So I do that until, don't try to do too many things. All right, are you ready, Jason? Not quite. Okay, Eldridge, are you ready? What's the topic? Which one you decided on? Not hearing you. I'm not hearing you.
He's not there.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yes.
I was looking at the effects of climate change on hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin.
For your research.
Oh, sorry. For the
No.
research, I was looking at the how CSME, the implementation of CSME would affect migration patterns.
Sounds like a research question. What's the topic?
The topic would be
You listened to last time.
my topic is one second. My topic is does the CARICOM single market and economy after implementation have a negative effect on migration?
You are saying too much in the topic. It's the research that we say those things. You are saying too much in the topic. It's some questions that follow that will delve into the topic. What is the topic? I know you missed last week.
Yeah, okay. So my topic is the effect of how does CSME affect migration in the Caribbean?
In the Caribbean, you have to choose a topic that you have hands-on for the research. You have to be able to carry out the research right there.
Yes.
So you can't have a topic that involves the Caribbean. This is why we say, look at the list of topics, and from them, select one that you can actually carry out hands-on research.
Okay. I actually had a problem. That's why I emailed you the topics. Because I wasn't quite sure.
Oh, I didn't know that you had email me. I've been having a problem with my email.
Okay.
Don't try to say too much in the topic, because the details of what you're trying to find out will come out in the 3 research questions. Okay? But it's hands-on. It's a research you have to carry out. So it can't be distance. It has to be something that you can actually, it's a survey, something you're actually going out. So this evening, for example, my plan was to move on to preparation of questionnaires.
Okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Fisher. I was looking at the paper for the 1,500 to 2,000 word research paper.
You got the course outline?
Yes, I did.
So how the others didn't get it?
It was emailed to me actually. After the course outline, what Jason emailed to me was it says title secondary school / social studies.
Yeah, that's it. Our coffee you still haven't got it?
Dr. Fisher, that's not it. That's what I emailed him.
That's what she emailed me.
Dr. Fisher, that's what I got from Jason.
Yes.
That's what Jason got from you, but we never got anything from the office.
Oh,
right.
Okay, fine. Yes. So that's it, because I went through it last week. But I'm still, Eldridge,
Yes, Dr. Fisher.
I just didn't want to mail it to me. I wanted to sort of settle it now. We're supposed to have several hours for this class when we have hands-on. Huh?
Yes, I am sort of lost. Are we looking at the 1,500 to 2,000 word?
No, that's not the one we're talking about. That's an essay. I'm reading that one.
Okay.
as I said, that one should demonstrate that you have done some research.
Okay. Well,
I explained the background to this course outline. I explained the reason for this course outline. Somebody observed that in the faculty, in the department, in the School of Education, when students went on the practicum, there was a shortage of, they didn't know the content. Huh?
Okay.
So this course was developed to start preparing students with the kind of content that would be necessary for grades 1 to 10. Okay, so that's where the course came from, to ensure that students engage in research.
Okay. Well, let me get my question again on the research.
Not question.
So the topic.
First essay, you're on your own. You
Yes.
need to demonstrate that you have done some research. You have written an essay with between 15 and 2,000 words.
Good. Yeah. That's what I'm working on now.
Emphasizing is the third assignment.
Okay.
Because the second one is where you present your research to the class. And that's supposed to be on the 18th, just around the corner.
Okay.
What I've been concentrating on is the last assignment, which is a survey, a bit of research, and I'm supposed to use this research to teach the content of this course. Understand?
Understand.
The last assignment to teach the content of this course. So I've taught about selecting a topic for research. And then we moved on to research questions. Last week, we even looked at 2 types of research: survey versus action research. Remember, we went through action research last time. But we are not doing an action research. We are concentrating on a survey. And that's what the model that I'm teaching, using the last assignment. So the last assignment says you have to choose a topic, and then you're going to carry out a research based on that topic. And I'm going to carry you through the process to guide you in doing that research. Understand? So this is a working session. We are having some working sessions. So this is why I'm trying to get you to settle for your topic. And then your research questions. These we discussed and did some work on last week. Okay? Jason, are you better off with your research questions now?
I think so. What is the impact of human activity on the environment in Little Bay?
Yes. That's 1. 3 research questions.
What measures and number 2 is, I need a starter word for this, Dr. Fisher. I'm looking at it. The cause.
Can, so and so, to what extent does that happen? Those are the usual ways for, stating your research questions.
But I want to look at cause and effect in number 2.
What are some of the causes and effect of
human beings on the environment?
Yes, okay, that's okay. So you have 2 research questions. A third one, please.
What measures and strategies can be employed for the environment to be used sustainably?
Yes, I thought you had said that last week. Yes,
Yeah.
those, will you please put them together properly? You were supposed to put them together properly and send them to me. Remember? Okay, so let's go back to Eldridge now, who hasn't settled on his topic yet. Not hearing you, Eldridge. Not hearing you.
I said I wanted to look at the an issue with dealing with climate.
Sorry?
I wanted to look at the climate, something to do with climate.
Climate?
Yes, Dr. Fisher. But I'm not quite sure exactly. I haven't got my finger around it yet.
Something that is researchable, survey, use of questionnaires to get information.
Okay.
It's a survey. It's an active kind of research. It's not something you're going to read from books. You have to have a population and a sample, which is what I wanted to go on to today.
Okay.
For example, would you want to examine the effect of climate on something in your environment? Something which means you can ask people questions.
Yeah.
It's not a textbook research, you know.
I know, yes.
It's a survey. So the topic has to be one that you actually carry out the research using survey techniques. It's not a textbook research.
Understand, Dr. Fisher.
So anything to do with climate, it must be something that is applied, that's affecting people or whatever. So you can actively carry out the research.
I understand. Say for example,
want to work on it and send it to me quickly as soon as you can.
I was just thinking, Dr. Fisher, to look at the effect of weather and related to tardiness at school.
Weather
and its effect on the students being late for school.
That's sort of limited.
Okay.
So could the impact of weather on students' attitude to school, attitude to education?
Something like.
Yes, because the way you have put it, it's limited.
Okay.
You look at performance or attitude. See? Does it affect?
I understand.
Or does it affect their attitude to work? Or does it affect the carrying out of the curriculum, the impact of the curriculum? Or the impact of climate and the development of the curriculum in the school?
Say again, please, Dr. Fisher. Please repeat that.
Impact of climate and the carrying out of the curriculum in schools.
Impact of climate and the carrying out of the curriculum in school.
Impact of climate on the development or the carrying out of the curriculum.
Okay, I could look at that.
Yes, it needs to be fine-tuned.
Yes.
The idea. So the next thing you have to do is to work out 3 research questions, which will elaborate on that topic, which will tell the reader exactly what aspect of that topic you're going to try to find information on. Those are the research questions. And research questions are not answered by yes or no.
Yes, Dr.
Suggest things you want to find out about your topic. Okay? Elaborate on the topic. So you have that to do. I'm going to give you an outline of what your study should be when you finish. Okay, ready?
Say again, please.
Yes, the first thing one expects is that you have a title page. And then one expects that you have, if necessary, acknowledgements. That's how a real study works. Acknowledgement of anybody who helped you to work through. Quite often, people thank the sample, the people. They thank people who helped them probably to put the content together. And most people thank the family for giving them, allowing them the time. Then the next thing one would have is a table of contents. Table of contents. Then list of tables. I'm looking at the pages now, you know. List of tables, because chapter 4 in particular is going to have tables, because that's where the questionnaires will be analyzed. So list of tables. And then there's an abstract. I'm supposed to carry you through the research process, and I'm doing it very fast. I apologize for that. What's an abstract? An abstract is written when the study is completed. Although it is at the beginning of the final document, it is written when the study is completed. Because the abstract states what was the problem you set out to study, what were your research questions, briefly how you carried out the research, and what were the results. And the abstract should not be more than 1 page, double space. Abstract should not be more than 1 page, double space. And you see, students, what I'm doing with you now is going to be useful to you when you do your final study, okay? Your MA study, same process, same thing. Particularly, I imagine you're going to do a survey. Last week, Eldridge, we distinguished between a survey and an action research, okay? We said an action research is where you find a problem in the classroom, and your research is essentially to identify the problem, do something about it, like teach some lessons to try to correct the problem, and then check again to see if there has been change. That's an action research. That's not what we're doing. We're doing a survey, and most postgraduate studies are surveys. Okay? The students who do the practicum in the schools for their finals, they do an action research. But at this level, you'll be required to do a survey. And so the outline I'm giving you is an outline for a survey. The chapters now, chapter 1 is usually an introduction. Chapter 1 is usually an introduction. What does the introduction contain? The first chapter usually gives a background. How you came upon the topic. How you came upon the topic. Then, chapter 1 restates the topic you're studying. Restates the topic you're studying. And looks at the purpose of the study. Looks at the purpose of the study. By purpose, we mean what you hope to achieve. By purpose, we mean what you hope to achieve by carrying out the study. And chapter 1 usually states the research questions. That's where we're going to find the research questions. Usually, in that section, we say the following research questions guided the research, and we just list them, research questions. and that's on chapter 1. Chapter 1, the following questions guided the research. And that's where you come face to face with your research questions. Also, in chapter 1, which is usually written when you are finished doing the whole study, something called limitations. Limitations. What are these limitations? Anything that impacted your study over which you had no control. Anything which impacted your study and over which you had no control. For this research that you're doing for me, I don't expect a chapter 1 of more than probably a page and a half. It wouldn't be so in a thesis, but I'm limiting your chapter 1, all those things we have just said, to just about a page and a half. I'm going to stop for you to ask me any question about chapter 1 or about research questions.
Dr. Fisher, go over that again, please, because my internet dropped. I got chapter 1.
Yes.
Purpose of the study. What you
Yes.
hope to achieve.
Yes.
It should state the research question.
Yes.
The limitations should be there,
Yes.
which has to be done after the study is complete.
Yes, because you only know the problems you face when you finish, huh?
Yes, and there's one other thing to restate. I didn't get the first thing you said.
Purpose of the study. Purpose of the study. And that's important, you know. The purpose of this study is an explanation of what you hope to achieve. By carrying out the study. What you hope to achieve by carrying out that particular study. Any question about chapter 1? I'm giving you the layout. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm giving you the layout of what is going to be expected of you. Because these studies, they have to be second marked. So I can't give you any half an hour. I have to give you, it is, the thing says, the assessment says, field inquiry with a written report. And I have to use that to teach the research process in this short time. Any question about chapter 1? Do you understand it? Okay, chapter 2. And you know, I might even not call them chapters. I might call them sections. Section 2 is a literature review. Section 2, literature review, for which I expect about 2 pages. When I give you the page limit, you know, it means I'm cutting back, cutting back, cutting back. The literature review looks at any relevant material on your topic and what other people are saying about it, what others are saying about your topic. That's a literature review, what others have said about your topic. What others have said can be found in textbooks, in magazines, in other research, in newspapers, what you are looking for is to see this thing that I am researching into. What have other people said that has some relevance to it? And the lit review is usually written under subtopics. And where do I find those subtopics? I pull them from my research questions. The lit review is written under subtopics. Pick a subtopics. Where do I get the subtopics from? Certain words and terms and expressions I have in my research questions. Give me an example of a research question, please, anybody. Give me an example of a research question that you have. Jason, do you sleep?
No, I'm wide awake. Look.
Give me any one of your research questions.
What is the impact of human activity on the environment in Little Bay, Montserrat?
Right. So you could have, in your review of literature, you could be writing under subtopic human activity and the environment. See? But what you're looking at is what other people had to say about it. Because you are going to try to find out something about it. Give me another one. Coffee? Coffee, have you gone to sleep? I think she's sleeping. Anybody near enough to touch her? Coffee? She was sleeping.
Yes, Dr. Fisher, I'm not sleeping.
Well, your research, give me one of your research questions.
Of my research questions?
Anyone.
Anyone. What factors have contributed?
Sorry?
What factors have contributed to the decreased production of the banana industry?
Okay, so one of your subtopics in your lit review could be banana production. What is that all about?
Dr. Fisher.
Anybody else another one? What is it I'm saying? I'm saying your review of literature is looking at what other people have said about your topic. But you should write it under subtopics. And those subtopics you can grab from your research questions. I'm up for question. Anything you don't understand? And I did say for this piece of inquiry, page and a half review of lit, 2 pages fine. I've also said where you can get your material from textbooks, from magazines, from newspapers, what other people have said about what you are looking at now. That's a review of lit. Any questions? One little piece of advice. The review of lit, you should not just go repeating what other people have said. That's not good enough. You should let them argue among themselves. John Brown said so-and-so in 1976 when so-and-so. On the other hand, Mary Jane found that climate did not really. You understand? Don't just go saying, John Brown said so-and-so. Mary Jane said so-and-so. Oh, that is most not a lit review. A lit review forces you to find people saying different things or people who are agreeing with something. I'm stopping for questions. What we are doing here is going to serve you for any research you do after this. Any question? I need to ensure that you're following. Doesn't make sense for me to race along and then you don't get it. Time is short. Eldridge, are you okay?
I'm okay, Dr. Fisher.
All right. So everybody understands chapter 2, review of literature? Yes? All right. So let's go on to chapter 3, or I might not hold out for chapter 3. I might just call it section 3. When you're doing a bigger study, you use the chapter. But for this purpose, I will accept section. Section 3 is called methodology. And methodology must take the design of your study. You are doing a survey. You are doing a survey. And I suspect it's going to be a mixed method. You're going to be doing both quantitative and qualitative. We did those last time too, Eldridge. I suspect it's going to be a mixed method. Kofi, are you here? That you're in fact going to be doing both descriptive things, that is qualitative, and you're going to be doing quantitative things when you ask questions and you add up answers and make tables, that is quantitative. So because you will be describing sometimes and you'll be analyzing data sometimes, they still call that a mixed method. The idea this evening was to go through questionnaires with you, and time's going. So methodology means you're to say what design. Your design is, it's a survey and you're using a mixed method approach. Okay? Then you tell me something about your population. The population and your sample. What's the population? Population in research refers to all the people who have the characteristics that you're studying. So in your case, Eldridge, your population would be the whole school, or probably a number of schools, because all of them have people within them who are affected by the weather. No? But you never study the population. You take out a sample. Okay? So you might decide that you're going to study 20 children or 10, even 10. For this course, I'm going to cut down on the size of the sample. You understand? For this course. Because in strict research, the sample has to be a percentage of the population. In strict research, the sample that you study has to be a percentage. Okay? For this purpose, I will accept samples of 10. Okay? So if you're dealing with children, if you're dealing with people, are you hearing me, Kofi? If you're dealing with people, Jason, I will accept a sample of 10. So in chapter 3, you'll say, what's your population? All the children who are affected by weather. Okay, that's your population. But you're going to be picking out the ones who you will apply the questionnaire to. That's your sample. So in chapter 3, section 3, methodology. You tell us something about your population and your sample, one paragraph. Okay? In chapter 3, in section 3, you tell about your sample, your population, and your sample. Okay? Then in chapter 3, also section 3, you tell about how you went about collecting the information. You prepare a questionnaire. Questionnaire consisted of 10 questions. What you did with the questionnaires and so on. Okay? How many questions? And finally, in section 3, how you analyzed the questionnaire. Notice the tense. So you can't do that before until you're finished. You can't write that little paragraph until you're finished. Section 3. Any question about section 3? Got it? Section 4. Section 4, notice I stopped calling them chapter. And for your section 3, I expect just a page and a half. Because I'm teaching the research method. But section 3, I expect just a page and a half. Section 4, and that is presentation and analysis of the data. Presentation and analysis of the data. You begin that section by telling what it's about. And that I'll have to teach you too. I have to teach you section 4. Don't know where the time is going to come from. So section 4 presents the results, the analysis of your data. In other words, the questionnaire that you use, how you make them into graphs and tables by indicating how many said what. And under each table and each graph, you point out what the table or the graph is indicating. So table 1 shows that of the 10 students, 5 of them indicated that distance was the main problem that affected them when it rained. Analysis is short. Table 1 shows that you just tell the reader what stands out in the table or the figure, and they are numbered. Tables are numbered differently from figures. A figure is like a graph of pie chart. So if it's a table, it's a table. If it's a figure, it's a figure. You can't have a table as table 1 and a figure as figure 2. Tables are numbered separately from figures, although they are in the same section.
Excuse me, Dr. Fisher?
Yes?
Can I be excused for 15 minutes, please? I have to go drop a worker home.
You have to?
I have to go drop a guy home. About 15 minutes, don't come back.
Yes, all right.
All right, thanks. I'll be back.
Are you okay there with chapter 4? Good. Now, for my purpose, I'm not going to need a chapter 5. What I'm going to need at the end of chapter 4 is findings. So I'm going to make you do 4A and 4B. 4A is the analysis where I see tables and graphs. Even 4 of them. And 4B is where you're going to have findings. Findings are written under a research question. So for B, I would have my first research question. And I try to answer it, discuss it from what I have found out in 4A. I think I need to stop for a question. Am I right? I think I have to stop for a question. Ouch.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I am okay, yeah.
Good. So 4B, you introduce 4B, saying that the findings will be dealt with. And then you have the first research question. And this is discussion. Where you're going to get the material to answer the research question. From 4A, is not so? Huh? From the things you discovered in the tables and graphs. So here, you probably have a page for each research question. Okay? And then you have conclusion. So see, it's not so bad. It's not so bad after all.
Dr. Fisher,
Yes?
can photographs be included?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay.
But where would they be?
In the presentation of data.
In the
Present section 4.
analysis of data.
Yes.
Provided you can say what it is showing.
Yes.
Right. Because photographs can also be put in reference. In the reference. Yes, question, Coffee? Did you have a question, Coffee? Question? Any question about that? That's the outline of the inquiry that you have for assignment 3. I'm waiting for question before I continue. Yes?
It's clear, Dr. Fisher.
Okay. That's Jason. What about Coffee? Are you okay?
Dr. Fisher, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so in 4A,
Yes.
what we have to do is to put in the tables and we have to analyze the data.
Yes, where are you going to get those tables from? It's in response to your question.
From the questionnaire in 3.
Which I'm going to do now.
Okay, and for 4B, what we do is just write down the question and we answer it.
The research questions provide what answers you found from your research.
So how long is this part supposed to be? How long is the response supposed to be?
I would expect each research question to give me at least a good page.
A page. Okay, thank you.
And because I am giving you limitations, doesn't mean that you can't go over a little. Or stick to it, so. It says 3, listen. I hope I told you this. The final research paper should be about 3,000 words. So bear that in mind too. That's why I've been back on the sections. The final research paper should be about 3,000 words. I'm using the fourth assignment to much of what to be done in this course, but it's kind of a crash program. Did you notice that? It's kind of a crash program, huh? I'm using the fourth assignment to teach the course. So if we understand the layout of the final paper, I can now start talking about questionnaires, because that is going to be the main source of information. But depending on your topic, you can also use observation. Depending on your topic, you can also use observation. In order to use observation, you use what is called an observation schedule. To use observation, you have to use an observation schedule. To use an observation schedule, you have to list on one side of your sheet what it is you'll be checking for. You might have 5 or 6 things that you want to observe. Suppose you are doing a study on indiscipline in a class. Are you with me, Coffee? Suppose you were doing a study on indiscipline in the class. You could use an observation schedule, because you could have a list of the behaviors that you consider indiscipline behaviors on one side of a sheet. Then you have dates at the top. August 15, between 8 and 9 o'clock. And you tick off when that behavior occurs. Then August that. So after a period, after a time, you might have 6 or 5 observations on different behaviors, and that can give you some statistical data. Coffee, you're not here. That could give you some statistical data, because at the end of a period of a week or 2 weeks, you could add up the number of times certain behaviors, and from that you could get a table. And that would be an observation schedule. Okay? Do you see any of your topics how you might use an observation schedule? Probably not. Can you think of an observation schedule?
I could imagine one being used if I were doing a study on coastal erosion,
Yeah.
where I am observing the types and the intensity of the waves over time and the actual impact it's having on the shoreline or on the features at the beach over time. So it's the variable.
But
and then
the over time might be too short.
Well, that is true, because changes are not manifested like that. But
About what I'm saying, huh?
yes, yeah, that's true.
Yes.
But
we're saying in the survey type, in the quantitative study, you can use an observation schedule, and that will give you statistical data. That's what we're saying. Whose observation, and that can give you statistical data. So if any of those topics facilitate observation, then you need to let me know so I can help you put it together.
Okay.
Outside of that, most will be using, outside of that, most of you questionnaires. Questionnaires are guided by the research questions. You are going to be asking questions in order to satisfy your research questions. In the questionnaire, you're going to be asking questions to satisfy, to get answers to your research questions. We have already mentioned sampling. What is a sample? Can anyone tell me? What's a sample? I mentioned population and sample. I don't know if I went into them satisfactorily.
Dr. Fisher, sample is a percentage of the population.
But you have left out something. Because you must say what it is the population has.
The population has all the characteristics. Where did I write that?
We are studying.
All the characteristics we are studying. Thank you, Jason.
That facilitate your topic. Huh? All the characteristics that will facilitate your topic. And so the sample is a percentage of the population. Are we okay there? Sample. And I said for this purpose, we're going to choose small samples. Huh? Not sending you out on any big research. So even your banana industry there, huh? You can probably just find, what is it, farmers you're dealing with? Jason? Is it farmers you're going to be dealing with?
No, that's coffee.
So I thought you were dealing with farmers.
No, I'm doing human impact on the environment. I'm looking at the actions of man on a particular area. Deforestation, increased land use, improper drainage, things like that.
Who are you talking to?
Who would I be talking to? People in the community.
So I'm saying for this assignment, you don't need more than about 10 people.
10 people. Okay, fair enough.
10 or 12 as your sample. So I'm now talking about how you obtain information. I'm now talking about how you obtain information for the research, and we are talking about the use. I mentioned observation. I mentioned observation and observation schedule. And the next thing I look at is the use of questionnaires. The use of a questionnaire. Questionnaire will facilitate what we're doing, which is a qualitative research. That's why we're going to be ending up with all those tables and so on, because it's qualitative. Now, the two main types of questionnaires, three main types that I'm going to be looking at with you. We said the questionnaires should seek to get answers to the research questions. So when you're preparing the questionnaire, you're keeping your eye on your research questions. I'm going to rest after I say that, because that is so key. I'm going to rest and hope that you are with me on that one. Yeah? When you
Dr. Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat?
Develop your questionnaire. The questions you ask should you should have your eyes on your research questions, because your questionnaires, your questions will be seeking to find answers to your research questions. I pause. You notice a pause? I wonder why I'm pausing, because that is so crucial. When one looks at your 10 questions or your 12 questions, Coffee, are you with me? One should see that you are asking questions to get responses to your research questions. So will somebody give me a research question again? Anyone?
What measures and strategies can be employed for the environment to be used sustainably?
Right. So I would expect a question in the questionnaire to ask about strategies, not so.
Yes. True.
You get the message? When one looks at your 12 questions, one should see question on all aspects of the 3 research questions. I pause again, because that is what research, part of what research is all about. The instrument, the questionnaire is an instrument. The instrument seeks to help you to find answers to your questionnaire, to your research topic. Now, there are 2 main types of questionnaires that I'm going to deal with first. The close-ended and the open-ended. Close-ended and the open-ended. An open-ended question leaves the interviewee the opportunity to talk and talk and talk. What might be a problem with that? What is good about that? What is bad about that? What is good about that? What is bad about that?
Because there's no limitation set on what the response should be like, it's hard for you to quantify the information. And the person might talk off topic and leave you with nothing to analyze.
The important thing you have said there is that some people will go off topic. What else? What else? What else? Open-ended question. What else? So some people will give you more information than you need. Huh? They will go on and on and on and on and on. And some will not give you enough. Huh? So it is time consuming. It can be time consuming. Got that? Secondly,
Dr. Fisher, I think too that you get a wide range of responses.
yes, which you might not be able to deal with.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the open-ended question might give you more than you need, more than you can deal with, and some people claim it can waste time. Some people will talk and talk and talk off target. And so we encourage
Why? Just go in the Jeep.
another
I don't know going with you.
open-ended questions, coffee.
That car reach with gas? It do have gas? Bonche, look at it. So
Waiting on you, coffee. Another problem with open-ended questions is that the answers provide difficulty when you are going to analyze. Because you have so much material, it becomes difficult when you are ready to analyze. You understand that, Jason? Because you are the only person I seem to have there now.
Yes, Dr. Fisher, that's clear.
How come? You want to explain it for me?
Because then if you have a whole host of responses
Yes.
that are not limited to a particular, then you can't, what's the word? There's a word for that. Cluster or collate the responses in like terms or like references. So it becomes very difficult for you to analyze because you're all over the place.
Yes.
You can't bring it down, you can't summarize it to a key point that you may need in your analysis.
Right. So many different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult for you to collate. Huh?
Yeah.
There's so many different things. Some people might be totally off target. Huh? So we don't ask, how do you feel about soil erosion in your community? Whoa, we don't do that. Why? One gone into all kind of story of what soil erosion do. No. Not necessarily what you would like at that particular time. So we use closed-ended type of questions. Those are statements or questions for which we give possible answers. Got it? Those are statements or questions for which we give possible answers. But I was looking at something earlier this evening when I was preparing, and I'm going to pass it on to you. I'm sure you have seen closed-ended questions which provide choices for the answers. Very often, sometimes, rarely, never. You have seen that. Can you give me an example of others you have seen? Yeah, man, always, sometime, never. Huh? The thing is, with the questionnaire that you write, you must have 5 possible answers. 5, not 3. And the middle one should be neutral. The middle one should be neutral. None at all. Not ever. The middle response should be neutral. What this writer is saying about very often, sometimes, rarely, never, and we still see them being used. That they are open to certain types of interpretation. which does not give you really what you need. And yet these are, if you go on the internet, these are used quite often. This writer is saying it is better, instead of saying very often, it is better to say every day or 2 times per week or about once a week, about once a month, and of course the neutral never. So they are saying be careful of certain types of questions which too easily suggest the answer. But it is still better to have close-ended types of questions. In your case, I'm suggesting about 10 questions, and you have to choose the type of responses that you need. Any question there, Jason? Because you're the only person I seem to have now.
No, Doc, I'm clear. I'm good. I'm processing.
There are numerous ways. And when you suggest responses, it makes the analysis easier. Because in the analysis, you're just checking to see how many people said every day, how many people said 2 times per week, how many people said once a month, how many people said never. That makes it easier than when it is open-ended and people talk and talk and talk, and you have to go search for your headings, for your table, or for your graph. Okay, so to step back a little, your questionnaire should seek to find answers to the research questions. So if you have 10 questions, when one looks at them, one should see that you're seeking answers to your research questions. When one looks at them, one should see that you are you're searching for information to answer your research questions. So I am suggesting that we use a closed-ended type of questionnaire. You are doing an inquiry. It's an active inquiry. You cannot do this assignment by just reading books. You can't do this assignment by just reading books. So we have said observation is possible. We've said the use of questionnaires. But there is a type of questionnaire, I don't know if you know about the Likert scale type. Are you aware of the Likert scale? Where you have statements. Huh?
Yes, Doc.
And then you give possible responses. I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about the type of questionnaire that you think will fit you. And to develop 2 questions for me to see if you're on the right, if you've got what I've been talking about. Because I still have to go talk about analysis. So questionnaire time. Decide on which type you want to use. Hello?
Yes, Dr. Fisher.
Question. and you share it with me in about 20 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Let's see if you are on the right track. 20 minutes.
Okay, no. Dr. Fisher?
Yeah, you can run it by me during the 20 minutes.
What about those close-ended questions?
Yes.
That requires in a part B for the respondent to elaborate if yes or no?
While that is a good idea, it is also going to place you in a position where you might have elaborate analysis or difficult analysis, because now you are getting so much more information.
Mm-hmm.
When you're analyzing, you have to look at, and you have 10 sheets before you, done by 10 people. You have to be looking at each sheet for question 5 to see what was said in 5B, what 10 persons said in 5B. And you might be finding 10 different things, 20 different things. So it also impacts on the analysis. So nothing is wrong with it. I'm only saying it impacts on the analysis.
Okay.
And I still have not talked about how you prepare a sheet or a questionnaire. Always with a little introduction. Huh? Do you come to that? I want to see if you get the questions. So I'm going to stop talking for a while you do some work.
And one more question.
Sure.
What about those questions that you give the options, possible answers?
Yes.
And then one of the options is other, specify. You know what I mean, right?
Of course I know what you mean. What? Once more. Same kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
That get more than you really want to deal with on a particular situation.
Okay. Okay, Doc.
I'm not saying it's wrong. That's not what I'm
Okay. Dr. Fisher?
Yes?
And then there are some other types of questions that, let's suppose I give options, possible answers, and somebody wants to elect all three?
If it's the type of thing, three answers might suggest different levels of response.
Oh,
So
okay.
okay, which would come out in your analysis.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
But there are certain responses that you can't choose more than one. Yeah? So it depends on the responses you have there. For example, the one that I gave you, every day, 2 to 6 times a week. It would be a foolish person who solve both 2 to 6 times a week. See? So the question.
Um,
It would be so nice if you could finish the questionnaires so that you can distribute them right away and get them back, and so we can talk about analysis next class. We should aim to do that this evening.
you know,
Coffee, you're not asking any question. Are you okay?
I think I got it, Dr. Fisher.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of some of the questions.
Let's just see if we can get it done. Time is not on our side, huh?
No, Dr. Fisher. My friends are planning to kick me out soon.
Okay. Ah,
My friends are planning to kick me out soon. I see them dressing.
okay.
So I think they're going to kick me out soon. And look, they're laughing at me now.
Remember, I'm here to help if you have a question.
Dr. Fisher,
Yes?
how many questions do we have to write?
I'd say about 10.
About
But
10 questions.
also saying that when you look at your questions, you should see that they are seeking answers to your research questions.
Yes.
Have you asked questions which are going to give you answers to your research questions?
Yes, Dr. Fisher. Thank
That's
you.
a doing guide.
Okay. So from one research question, you could probably draw, let's say, 3 questions.
I wouldn't look at it like that. I would do it until I finish it.
Okay. All
I
right.
would do it and say, well, have I had a question to get me information on this research question? Do I have enough? Could be 3, could be 2, could be 4.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm glad I thought of doing it this way, because anyhow you took that home, that will be the end of this assignment. Yeah, I'm learning that. But then we have enough time to do it this way. They certainly wouldn't expect me to talk for 5 hours.
And that's what Dr. Morrison should have done.
Hmm?
Dr. Fisher, you should have spoken to Morrison and advised her.
Really?
Really? She didn't do that with us. If she had, we'd all have our assignments in on time, our work would be organized, But she didn't meet us. We didn't know what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't the same. We missed you.
Okay, so what did I miss?
A lot. Who are you going to talk to now?
Okay, will update me.
You have work to do, boy. You need to write some questions.
Somebody update you and then I will help you out when you have a question. Okay?
Yeah, I need to fix out the research question topic and 3 questions. That's what I'm supposed to do, right?
Do that yet. You need to work on that now. The research questions. And you can read them to me when you're ready, and I will help you with them. And then after that, we're going to do the questionnaire.
Okay. Is the environment associated with human beings? What are the primary causes? How you rate the impact? How concerned are you about the impact? Oops, you are hearing me spraying.
Yes, we're hearing you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have to use the time to do the work, so, good idea. Eldridge, you're not gone again? How are you doing, Eldridge?
I'm
I'm doing your research question.
What I have so far,
Yes.
the impact of weather. Is it on the curriculum? I'm not quite sure as to what.
Sorry, I'm not hearing all of that. The impact
of weather.
Yes.
On the curriculum?
No. On students. Interaction with the curriculum. Or students' achievement. Or students' response. Or students' performance. Students' performance. Coverage of the curriculum.
Okay, thanks. That's what I was
Topic, you now develop 3 research questions. Now, these research questions are saying, what is it I want to know about this situation? One could be what factors contribute to students' response to the weather. Then you could look at how absenteeism or lateness impact on their coverage of the curriculum. But you need 3 of those questions. When you're finished and you look at those 3 questions, you could see yourself getting answer to your topic, getting answers to your topic. You could probably look at what suggestions students might put forward as to how to deal with the situation. Or how can this fallout, how can the fallout regarding the coverage of the curriculum be dealt with?
Say again, please.
How can the fallout as a result, as it relates to the coverage of the curriculum, be dealt with? In what ways? Don't end that statement with though. I ended it with, but you shouldn't. But you don't want those words. How might it fall out from the curriculum? They really did. Already, because I have to leave at 6:30, or they're going to lock me up in here. It's the gentleman who's usually here to let me out. He's on leave. Nobody with 10 10 questionnaires here, 10 questions.
I have 7, Doc. I'm almost. I'm just taking a call. I have 7.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Fisher.
Yes.
How about if you have an open-ended question, but you add what you call it, you taught us again. A condition, not a condition. What do you call it again? When you tell them how many things you want, so rather than rattling off and giving me 10 on random things, I'm asking you to identify 3 main ways in which. What do you think?
Why don't you
Mm-hmm.
write and suggest some ways, close-ended.
And that's not going to be biased?
Huh?
And it's not going to be biased?
But then you've given them choices.
Oh, okay. Let me try that. Okay.
And remember,
Sorry?
please remember at the beginning of a questionnaire, you're going to need some demographic questions, like
The age and gender
yeah,
and address.
and probably where do you live.
Yes.
All questionnaires have, 3 demographic questions.
And those are included in the 10 or no?
No, those.
Just checking.
Yes. I said 10, but 8 good questions could be give you the material you need for this paper. Because in real research, you could be doing 20 questions, I'm just to go through the process with you for this course. So if with the demographic ones you end up with 10 and you're satisfying your research questions, that's the big thing. When you look at your questions, you should see information satisfying the research questions possible. Remember, we're using the closed format type question. And the closed format type means that you give possible answers. You should never have a question that can be satisfied with yes or no, neither for research or for questionnaire. No question. So I've seen on questionnaires, people asking questions, yes or no. That's totally wrong. Yes or no does not give information.
But they create nice graphs, though. That was just a joke.
I don't encourage yes or no questions in a questionnaire. Some people say in 10 questions, they will be satisfied with 1. I'm not satisfied with any. I feel a little better. We are on our way. When you leave here this evening, you should be able to go and copy your questionnaire, your questions, and distribute them and get them back so that next class we can talk about analysis. Sorry, I have to push you. and I'm using my time to do it.
Dr. Fisher?
Yes?
Okay, my friends are just getting ready to leave the house, so I have to say goodnight.
Oh dear.
So I won't have, they're kicking me out because they're getting ready to leave.
Yes.
So I'm leaving together with them. I'll try to get home so I can catch the last bit of class.
Okay.
Okay,
When you
if
get
not,
home, you'll be able to get back on the program. We have an hour in.
oh, we have an hour left?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, have a good night.
Yes,
I'll
all
see you
right.
late.
Yes.
All right.
And Judge, how are you doing? You got these 3 research questions now? Remember, a research question cannot be answered by yes or no. That's what you have to bear in mind when you're writing research questions. A research question cannot be answered by yes or no. Just like the questionnaire. A research question says, I have to go find out about this thing and get answers. So we usually start a research question, can so and so, or to what extent can so and so, you know, or what are the main principles, that sort of thing. A research question should require answers, not an answer. Answers. Bear that in mind. A research question should require answers. And the research question should be of such that you have to ask several questions in the questionnaire to satisfy that research question. When you're ready, elders are listening.
Dr. Fisher, give me 1 minute. Let me just fix this up.
When you're ready, I'm always listening.
Okay.
Go ahead. Ready?
One second.
Yes. Ready?
I'm fixing up the last question.
Okay. I'll be back and going in search of some water.
Okay.
My internet fell out, guys. Sorry.
Jason, help.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
The questions. I have 3 questions.
Oh, your research
The
question? What's the
Yeah.
topic?
The impact of weather on on students' performance in covering the curriculum.
That's a hard topic, boy.
I know.
It is. Why you choose that? The impact of weather?
Yeah.
Weather on
Students' performance in covering the curriculum.
students' performance in what?
Covering the curriculum. So the first question I have is, how does the weather contribute to students' performance in relation to covering the curriculum?
But I want us to direct because that one, you need to do something before that.
Okay.
So you need to do something like the impact of weather. The impact of weather on Probably you could look at the impact of weather on their attendance first.
Yeah, I have that. Okay. The second question I have is, to what extent does the weather contribute to students' lateness?
Right, so that should be the first one. But then lateness, the delinquents in attending classes will then impact their performance.
And then I have, what effect does the weather have in contributing to students' attentiveness in class?
The impact of the weather on their attentiveness. Attentiveness, lateness, okay.
1, 2, 3.
Rather than lateness, you want to put attendance there?
Attendance. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, attendance better than lateness.
Oh, no.
So you need a question on attendance.
Okay, so Dr. Fisher.
You need a question on learning, how it impacts their interaction with the curriculum. Learning.
So I can remove the word. Okay, so what?
So you have your,
the weather
your 10 now, Jason?
Here, I'm here. Yes, Doc? Sorry.
You have your questions now?
Yeah, I think, yes, Doc, I tried.
You get them. I've given you the outline to the research. You have everything. You can go and administer your questions if they are okay. And then next week, we will talk about analyzing them. That it means that in the meantime, you are also writing chapter 1 and chapter 2 and chapter 3.
Okay, okay, Doctor.
Because chapter for you is just a couple pages. So we're going to get this research done. We're going to cover this course.
Okay.
I don't want my course hanging over weeks after I'm finished.
I know. I know.
Should know me now, eh?
Okay, so Dr. Fisher,
Yes.
topic, the impact of weather on the students' performance
I'm
on
missing. Come again. After impact, I didn't hear the rest.
of weather on students' performance.
Attendance and performance.
Sorry?
Attendance and performance. What factors? We are looking at the factors associated with weather, which impact students.
Performance in school.
In covering the curriculum.
Yes.
Topic is the impact of weather on the students' attendance and performance in covering the curriculum.
I'm missing some of your words there.
The topic is
Yes.
the impact of weather on the students' performance and attendance in
I will
covering,
put that's before performance.
sorry, attendance and performance
Yes.
in covering the curriculum.
Yes.
Okay.
So you need your 3 research questions now.
Question number 1.
Yes.
To what extent does the weather contribute to students' attendance?
Or you want to look at the aspects of weather conditions that impact students' attendance and performance. What aspects? Is it rain?
Okay, yes, that's what I want. That's what I was thinking.
Yes. What aspects of weather or what factors associated with weather? What are the factors associated with weather which impact students' attendance and performance? So the factors will go outside of just the weather conditions to what it is. Yes, there is weather, but then I can't get a drive, I don't have an umbrella, I don't. So what factors are associated with weather conditions that impact students' attendance? Distance, flooded roads. You have to get all the factors associated with weather conditions which impact attendance and hence performance. Or coverage, if you don't want to say performance, coverage of the curriculum. And you could narrow it down to a particular grade level, at the grade 10 level. You could narrow it down to a grade level.
Dr. Fisher, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So that questionnaire would go to, the sample would be what? Teachers, parents, or the children themselves?
Children themselves.
Oh, okay.
They are going to be telling their story.
Oh, okay.
In your case, what? Farmers who are telling their stories.
Yes, yes.
So the sample, your sample is farmers, your sample is children. So did you get your 10 questions?
I got 8.
With the demographic.
No, I didn't include those quite yet because I didn't think they were real questions per se.
Yes, sir. You analyze them too.
Yeah, but in terms of, I was hoping that I can get 2 other solid questions and then
Okay.
those 2. If not, I'll just put them in.
Okay. So I have to rewrite the topic.
Write it one time.
That's how research goes. There's nothing wrong with what's happening to you. That is how research goes.
Yes, I have to restate the topic.
Yes. You examine and you think about it and you improve it and you change it. That's real research. So you're having an interesting experience with research.
Dr. Fisher,
Yes?
can I ask you, I can't ask off the record questions when we've been recording, but okay, never mind. I was gonna ask you if you're good at doing table of specifications.
No.
Sorry? But I believe that for another time.
Yeah.
Can I start, Doc?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so my question number 2 is the environment to what? Okay, I'll read exactly what I have, but I know I have to correct it by reading it aloud. Is the environment of St. Peter's impacted by human beings? And then my response, every day, every week, never, every month, yearly.
Yeah.
Can I put to what extent there? What? Second one, third one. That's okay, Dr. Fisher?
There are certain things I'm listening for. So
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
Okay, right. Next one. What?
I am listening for the ways in which the impact. That's one thing I'm listening for.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What are the primary causes of environmental impact observed in the parish of St. Peter's? Responses, check boxes, increased land use, deforestation, air pollution, water pollution, destruction of the ecosystems, mass wasting, improper.
How many? You don't need more than 5.
No more 5? Okay. I'll take out the best ones.
Yes.
Improper drainage, poor agricultural practices, and housing.
Do it, but it's not right. If you need more than 5, then you need another question.
Oh, okay. So I need only 5 responses.
If you see or move, it means you need another question.
Okay.
To continue on that.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Next question. How do you rate the human impact on the environment in St. Peter's? Highly positive, favorable, no impact, unfavorable, detrimental. Okay, you all right?
their responses so that they are somewhat around favorable?
No, you have
Always
one that's highly, sorry?
like always favorable, somewhat favorable, sometimes favorable.
Okay.
When you use different things, you could run into problems. You could be now changing the idea.
Okay.
So keep it all favorable.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
How concerned are you about the impact?
The connections you have with favorable can vary.
Okay.
Not favorable, sometimes favorable. You know?
Yeah.
But keep the root.
Okay. Next one. How concerned are you about the impacts to the environment? Very concerned, moderately concerned, neutral, slightly concerned, not at all.
Concerned at neutral.
Sorry?
Not concerned at all.
Not oh, Drew?
Some people not understand what you mean by neutral.
Okay. So then I need another response because that's only 4 then. Okay.
Not concerned at all. Somewhat concerned. Never concerned.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Identify 2 main effects of the human impact on the environment in the area that is of concern to you. Now, I've given them 5: landslides, communications issues, flooding.
That's all right, because it means you will get a body of it.
Yes. Devastation to roads, bridges, and utilities, and agricultural damage.
Yes.
Next one, state 2 main strategies that you would suggest to the relevant authority to address the issues impacting the environment. Sorry, to address the issues regarding the impact of humans on the environment. Answers: public awareness, community volunteer programs, partnerships with NGOs. I might add a few more there. 8, which
You're about the behaviors that affect the environment.
Sorry, repeat. I'm not hearing you, Doc.
Huh?
Can you say that again? Can you repeat?
I hear a question about the behaviors that impact the environment.
Okay, right.
Like burning certain agricultural practices on hillsides, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I'm sure your research questions require a question like that.
Okay.
The behaviors that have that impact the environment.
Okay. That's true.
Burning of how they clear the land, those sorts of things.
Okay. Which relevant authority is responsible?
Burning bush.
Yes. Next one. Which relevant authority is responsible for addressing your concerns regarding the human impact on the environment in the area? Say that again, Doc.
You have a research question that requires that? Which research question is that helping out? Helping you to find information for?
Measures and strategies that can be employed, because one of the strategies can be for reports to be made to the necessary authorities. So who are these authorities?
Just testing.
Yes.
Testing.
And in Montserrat, people believe that public works is responsible for everything.
Yes.
Which is not really true, because my husband is laughing because he works on public works. Yes. Next one. Identify ways in which the authorities can influence or regulate the impact of human beings on the environment.
2 different words.
Okay.
Or impact. Never do that in a questionnaire.
Okay.
One word.
Use 1 word.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
want to use both of them, then you'll need 2 questions.
Okay. That's my 10th question, Doc.
Now, when you look at your 10 questions and look back at your research questions, how do you feel?
How do I feel?
Are you getting answers to your research questions?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Well, I tried as much as possible to write them according to, the answers I was expecting to get to answer the. So
in trying to find answers to your research questions.
Yes.
That's what a questionnaire does. It goes in search of answers to your research questions.
Yes.
Right. So that's 1 down the drain. Jason finished. She can now go and copy those, distribute them, collect them back, and next class we discuss analysis
of these.
And in the meantime, you're writing sections 1 and 2 and 3, which I presented today. And so we are going to finish this course and finish the things we have to do. Eldridge, your turn. How far are you now? Not hearing you. Not hearing you.
Okay, my mic was off, sorry.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so question number 1. I may have to change the order.
The research questions, we have those.
Research question.
Research questions?
Research question. Yes, Dr. Fisher.
Those were settled?
Research questions.
Yes.
Number
3
1.
research questions.
Yes, Dr. Fisher.
Yes.
How do the weather conditions contribute to students' performance in relation to covering the curriculum?
Okay.
Number 2, to what extent does weather conditions contribute to students' attendance?
Yes.
Number 3, what effect does weather conditions have in contributing to students' attentiveness in class?
Attentiveness.
Yes.
That's another angle that we haven't touched before. Okay. Now,
Okay.
sometimes while you are developing your questionnaire, you'll find a need to adjust your research questions. It happens that way. So you now need to work on your questionnaire. Think of the format you're going to use. We decided that we were going to use the closed format. And the closed format means that you suggest answers. If it's open, that's good, but could take you in all directions. So we decided for this assignment, we're going to use a closed format. Closed format means you ask a question and you give possible answers. Okay?
Okay, so I have already written down 4 questions.
Good.
The first one, well, these will pertain to attendance.
Yes.
The first one, where do you live? And I will give them the option.
That's a demographic question.
Sorry?
That's a demographic question. That's okay.
Yes. Yes.
Demographic. The questionnaire now to find out.
I was thinking of changing it to how far do you live from the school?
Okay, and then you could give 5 different possibilities.
Yes.
Or whatever it is.
Yes.
Between, you could put between 0 to 1 mile. Huh?
Yes,
1 to 2. 2 to 3. So that you get your 5.
Yes.
So don't just leave it for them to write something.
I will give them options.
Give 5 possible answers.
Yes, I will give them the options.
0 and 1. See?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, question number 2. How do you get to school?
Yes. Once more, you gave 5 possibilities.
Yeah,
Walk,
public transport.
bicycle, whatever. 5
Yes,
possibilities. Good. Good.
Question 3.
Mhm.
What are your reasons for being late for school?
How does the weather come into that?
And then I'll put the options. Whether I'll give them the option. Is it because it was raining, or is it etc.
What options?
Option number 1 would be
Heavy rain, flooding, landslides.
right, flooding, landslides,
Possibly the results of the climate, the weather. What
yes,
other things weather could cause?
yes, Dr. Fisher.
Yes.
These are the options that I can give. But I need to change the question though.
Yes.
I'm not sure how yet. And the question number 4, how much time do you spend getting to school?
How long does it take you to get to school?
Get to school, yes.
Half an hour, 1 hour, hour and a half. Give possible answers.
Yes, Dr. Fisher. Yes.
It's a
So these
question.
are 4 questions that I have so far.
Yes. So now you will keep your eyes on your research questions.
Yes.
I too feel I'm getting somewhere.
Yay.
I'm going to see you through this assignment. Huh? And you're supposed to be writing your essay at the same time. Remember, you can't do the research and the essay from the same list.
Yes.
Remember, Elder, we have the list is divided into A, B, C, D, E. So if you're doing your essay, what you're doing your essay on? What you're doing your research on? Climate. You cannot do your essay on climate because you're doing your research on climate.
Yes. My essay is on migration.
Right. Just like you got. Yes.
Yes, I'm looking at the effect of CSME.
You can organize your essay, you know.
Yes. Okay.
It is a research that I'm using as a basis for what we have to learn this semester.
Okay.
While you at the same time benefit from doing research to gain content in a particular area. And for the essay, a reference is very important. A reference list at the end of that essay. I don't expect to get fewer than 6 references. No fewer than 6 references for the essay. Of course, the research is going to have references too, because you have a review of lit. So that's going to have references too. Notice the difference between does anybody do you know the difference between a reference list and a bibliography? Because I don't expect a bibliography from you. I expect a reference list. What's the difference between a reference list and a bibliography?
Dr. Fisher,
Yes.
I asked myself that same question today. I just did not research it.
A reference list. I think.
Something is wrong with your mic this evening. I'm not hearing you clearly. Go ahead. Difference. Yes.
Eldridge was saying that he asked himself the same questions.
Yeah.
I think the bibliography is a list of books that's
Not just books.
books, sources.
Let's say books because it has to be not just books. So let's call them sources. Okay.
That information that's contained in the document were gathered from. In the reference list.
Use in development of the document.
Yes. The reference list, no.
That's references.
So, okay, I'm confused now. That's not the bibliography?
Oh, no.
Okay, so tell me, Doctor.
This mean that I used these in developing my work.
What's that? The reference or the bibliography?
Reference means I used these in the development of my work.
And it's quoted in text. Right. And the bibliography.
You don't have to go to all that detail. Reference means I used these in the development of my work. Bibliography means these are other sources that could benefit my work.
Okay.
I know they could benefit my work, but I didn't necessarily use them.
Okay.
So people who are doing some work on my theme can know that they can get help from those. But I didn't use them, but I know that they could be beneficial. That's a bibliography.
Yeah.
The references are the ones that you definitely used. So for your work, whatever you're doing for me, it is references, not bibliography.
Dr. Fisher?
Yes?
Question. I'm thinking of writing. Well, actually, I wrote, how do you feel, for the questionnaire, how do you feel in class on a rainy day? Would I?
What are you getting at?
Sorry?
What are you getting at?
I want to know if they are, if the rain would make them, if they're attentive in class or not.
So what are the possible answers that you're going to provide them?
But I was looking at two options. I could give them attentive, very attentive. Yeah, 5. Yes, but my first option would be using attentive, very attentive, etc. My second option would be sleepy, to be awake, to be not so that's where I was thinking of going. So
Yes,
which one?
but it has to be how it affects learning. Whatever you have there must have implications for learning.
So should I go with the attentive?
Huh?
Should I go very attentive, not so attentive, not attentive at all?
There's possibility, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because we're trying to get at the possibilities for learning. Huh?
Okay. So can my question 6 be the opposite? How do you feel in class on a sunny day?
Okay, you could go that route. If you think you are getting answers that will help you with answering your research questions. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
Answers that will help you with your research questions. So the only thing I have left really to look at with you, I need to look at the talk about analysis of data and so on.
Okay.
And then you will be telling us, each person will be telling us about their research, what they did and so on. And that will be, we have a date for that. That will be on the 18th of August.
Right.
So I still have time to talk with you. 8th, 11th. I have time to see how you're progressing. Really raced along and it's working. Huh?
Yeah.
So, Dr. Fisher, we need 10 questions, right?
Yes, that's it for this assignment. 10 questions will do. And you could include your demographic questions. My main concern is that I want you engaging in this research to see how you get information. your paper should show that you have gotten some information. So next class I talk about the analysis of the data. So it would be good if you did something over that will be just Monday, so that we could look at some of your response and actually do some analysis.
Yeah.
I'm having difficulty coming up with 4 more questions.
Keep your eye on your research questions. You see, when you finish all of this, on the 18th, you're going to be telling the class about what you did. Presentations to the class. And then you put it together and send it to the office. Assignment 2 completed. You get some marks for your presentation. And we did it in a short time.
Yeah.
We did it in a short time. Coffee, you're back? Oh,
Yes, Dr. Fisher, I just got home.
Good. So, where are you now with your questionnaire? Remember you did your research questions already.
Yes, I think I'm only stuck on the same set. Hold on, let me plug my device.
I was just looking at the dates and we're not doing badly. Actually have 1 session here, 2, 3 sessions when we can continue. But I know one of those sessions must be to deal with the analysis of the data with you.
Okay.
Then we can have a working session. We can have a working session on the 15th. We are actually putting it together.
Okay.
In preparation. No, that's too close. We can have working sessions on the 8th and the 11th. All right? So you can take your material and we can have working sessions. Jason sat there and did it all this evening. So we can have working sessions, and so we are ready with everything for the 18th to present. In other words, you can be telling me what you're doing, and I can be commenting, and you can be writing, you can be doing it right, because nobody expected me to be talking for 5 hours.
True.
So there are going to be working sessions where you actually do the work, and I can be helping you along. I'm no understanding it myself, because when I looked at it, I told them that it was impossible. But we can work through with it. And you finish it. Eldridge, any progress?
Well, question 5 and 6. How do you feel in class on a rainy day or a sunny day? And my options are very attentive.
I remember that there's something there though about the curriculum.
Unattentive. These are my options. But I'm looking at number 7. And I want to ask a question in relation to where the students live. As in, do they have to get, well, cross the river to come to school or something?
I see a question there. When examinations are set, are you, there's a question that is in my mind in relation to what you're doing. Are you able to answer all the questions that you're asked to answer? Something like that. That is going to give you something, a response to coverage of the curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Also, you could have a question about the marks that they get. Do you get good grades? That will tell you about the curriculum. That will tell you about how much they have covered the curriculum. If they can answer the questions in a test, I can only answer one of the questions, I can answer all the questions, that sort of thing, yeah? So I can work on that and tell you about it first thing next class. Because there isn't anybody to lock up this place, so they are putting me out here at 6:30. Okay?
Okay, Dr. Fisher.
No, I'm not gone yet. I'm just telling you that they are putting me out here at 6:30. So I hope that was giving you, some ideas. If you're talking about coverage of the curriculum. You could have others where you ask them, if other children have information about, that they do not have, that sort of thing. Or when the teacher asks these questions, I'm always able to answer them. That kind of thing will give you feedback on the curriculum. When the teacher asks questions, I'm always able to answer them. Always, sometimes, never, but you need 5. Not at all. If there are certain textbooks, you could ask a question, always something will suggest that whether they are always behind in terms of the chapters or the pages or whatever. That kind of thing will give you feedback on the curriculum. You could have a question too, which includes when the teacher asks questions. Because I think your research wants to show whether they are missing out. Huh? You're trying to get to that, whether they are missing out on some of the lessons that are taught. We want that kind of question too.
So, Dr. Fisher, I have, are you getting notes from school when absent or late?
Yes.
Okay, and then I will give the options. Are you able to answer questions posed by the teacher?
Yes.
How well do you do on in-class assessments during the term?
Yes.
And I will give, and then how well do you answer questions during an exam?
Remember that you are giving possible answers.
Yes, I will give the options.
Yes, you have to give options.
Yes.
Okay, students, I have to go because the person who usually locks up is not here. So they asked a little young man to stay with me and promised him that he would leave at 6:30. So I have 5 minutes to get out of here. All right? I'm sure you know I would stay with you to the end. So work on that now. On the Monday is the 11th, we'll continue this. But Jason, you can go on to administer your questionnaires. Huh? Yes. You will continue. You will come and let me know how far you've reached. Huh? So that by the end of Monday's class, you too should be administering your questionnaire, and so should Coffee.
I have
Right?
all 10 questions, Dr. Fisher.
Huh?
I have the 10 questions.
You have 10 questions.
Yes, Dr. Fisher.
Yes. So we could finalize them on Monday,
Monday. Yes, Dr. Fisher.
and then you can administer them. And the next class, we should be discussing your writing up.
Okay. I can distribute them on Tuesday, following
Yes,
Tuesday.
of course. Yes. I didn't think we could do it, but we're going to do it. When they told me the time for this class, I said impossible. But it can happen. One person is a little out at the moment, but we'll see how that works. All right? Yes, I'm sure you don't want me to sleep on this table, so I have to go.
Bye-bye.
Yes, all right. Okay. Who is that?
My son.
Okay, so I have to now find a way to turn this thing off, which I'm not good at.
Leave meeting. Leave
Yes.
on the right-hand side there. Bottom right.
Oh yes, I found it.
Okay.
I found it. I found log off. Oh, that's gone already. I hope I'm not in trouble. Oh gosh.
I've just put the switch on.
Oh yes, I found the rest. I found it.
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night. Eldridge, you're still on? No. End program. End now.
I'm waiting for you to leave. All right, there we go.